to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get. I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators.
Yes.
Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters. Okay. So that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered, and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What's the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
The Eyo Festival, also known as the Adamurisha, is a traditional Yoruba festival unique to Lagos Island in Lagos State, the center of excellence. It is one of the most iconic cultural events in Lagos and serves as both a spiritual ceremony and a public spectacle. Eyo dates back to the 19th century, though original traditions suggest its origin may be older. It began as a rite of passage for the transition of a diseased Oba or High Chief in Lagos. In today's special report, Bayo Olaoye traces the antecedent and the genesis of this renowned cultural event. The first recorded Eyo Festival was held in 1854 to commemorate the passing of Oba Akintoye. Over time, it also became a celebration for the installation of a new Oba or to honor prominent Lagosians. The Eyo festival is rooted in Yoruba religion and spiritual practices, specifically those of the Orisha cult. It is particularly associated with the Adamu Orisha, a deity representing ancestors and spiritual guardians. The Eyo festival is essentially a masquerade festival. The masqueraders are called Eyo, and each represents a spirit of the ancestors. These Eyo figures are customized in flowing white robes with large hats and face coverings. They carry okpas, known as batons or staff, used to generally discipline those who break festival rules. The Eyo festival can also be described as a spiritual cleansing of the land and people, and used to escort the soul of a deceased noble into the afterlife. It invokes blessings and peace for the community, purges the city of evil spirit and misfortunes. The festival is organized by 5 major Eyo groups or Igas, also known as palaces, each with its own color and significance. Eyo Adimu, black, is housed in Iga Adimu. Eyo Laba, which is recognized by its red color, has Iga Idungoron as its palace, while Eyo Oniko, renowned for its yellow color, stays at Iga Oniko. Iga Ologede, with its green color, will reside at Iga Ologede, and Eyo Agere, with its purple color, stays at Iga Agere. The main day of the festival is called Oye Day, which falls on Saturday. Prior to this, there are several rituals leading to the Akoko Day, where announcements are made and various traditional rites are performed. What are the rules, regulations, and etiquettes? During the festival, what are the do's and don'ts? During the festival, certain items and behaviors are prohibited, such as wearing of sandals and shoes, since everyone goes barefoot during this period. Also prohibited is the use of motorcycles and bicycles, while public smoking is not allowed, as well as the wearing of hats and caps. Violators are often corrected gently with the okpa by the Eyo. What about the modern evolution of Eyo Festival as a potential for tourism development? While originally a sacred rite, the Eyo Festival has become a major cultural attraction, prominently showcased during Nigeria's independence celebration in 1960. And in subsequent years, it has been used to honor dignitaries and promote the heritage of Lagos. It does not occur annually, but rather on special occasions, often at the discretion of the Lagos monarch or Oba of Lagos as the custodian of the tradition. The festival combines ritual, theater, music, and community spectacle, and it is often considered a precursor to the modern Nigerian carnival. The Eyo Festival has inspired modern performances and literature in Nigeria and reflects the depth of Yoruba spirituality, the importance of ancestors, and the interplay between tradition and modernity. Olumide Shokoya reporting for SOUQ News TV.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event, and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Hello and welcome to another practical and forward-looking episode of Just Africa on SOUQ News Television, the program where we explore the people, ideas and systems that shape Africa's economic future. Across Africa and especially in fast-growing cities like Lagos, micro, small and medium enterprises are creating products, services and experiences with enormous potential. Yet many MSMEs continue to struggle with customer retention, weak differentiation, and unsustainable growth. Often, the problem is not effort or ambition, it is design. Businesses are built around assumptions rather than insights, around products rather than people, and around short-term sales instead of long-term customer value. Today's episode of Just Africa focuses on business design thinking, a powerful approach that places the customer at the center of how businesses are conceived, built, and scaled. I am Emmanuel Amolo, and of course, joining me to run this episode of the show is my delectable African princess, or African queen, as you would like to prefer. Or maybe you don't know with me. Hello, maybe. Did that look alone, Sam? Okay, I'm not prepped. Go on.
Yes. Good afternoon to you, Lagos, Nigeria, and to you from wherever you're watching from across the globe. Welcome to Just Africa. And Emmanuel,
I tried now. I gave you props. I first rose you from princess to queen. I tried now.
I sent you.
So, look, our goal today is very simple. Let's not put around the bush. Businesses are plenty. Somebody can wake up tomorrow now and say, I want to create a business.
Yeah.
The question now is, what is that business meant to do? If it is solely to just put food on your table, perhaps you already failed from the beginning. Because at that moment, you're not thinking about whether this your business is going to meet a need for the customer. And the conversation essentially is how to get small businesses, medium businesses to scale up or to do better. And we know that the lifeblood of African continent, essentially countries, is small-scale businesses.
Sure.
And many of them are plenty. In fact, as we are talking to you now, somebody's thinking about a new business they want to go and venture. This is a new year. The advices that we will need is the kind of conversation we want to have today. Because anyone can decide to start up a business.
Yeah, starting up a business is really not a big deal.
No.
As far as Africans are concerned. The issue is actually the sustainability. So I remember back then when I just started media, I wanted to start a program after staying with my boss for a period of maybe a year or thereabout. He said, starting it is not a problem. But will you be able to sustain it? Because at that time, the program had run for 10 years. Okay, no, 9 years. So he was like, can you sustain it for that period of time? It is not just, okay, so if you think you can, of course, like they do to us in media, go and have your program for 14 weeks.
Yes, 14 weeks.
You understand? For 14 weeks, then you come, then we know that you're ready for 3 months. Now, that's how it is with businesses. Most business owners, most SMEs, medium scales, they don't have this plan. Because I saw someone do this business. So the next
most likely it's going to work for me, right?
This thing is lucrative. Let's jump into it. You don't put your customer, when you make any decisions, you don't consider your customers. You don't know how, you don't have data. Yesterday we were talking about data. And one of the questions was around making decisions based on instincts. On guts, on traditional methods. You get it, those kind of things. But no, we have to move from that point to a bigger point. We need to scale up to ensure that, yes, businesses thrive in Africa. It is not this what we are doing. Innovation does not require huge capital. It requires a shift in mindset. Until you have a shift in that mindset that, okay, this business is not kabu-kabu thing, that my life depends on it. So that is when the mindset will change.
We're lucky in Africa because somebody can just wake up today and start to sell food on the roadside. And the business has started.
That is what I'm saying.
You have to get permits. You have to do it. And when you check all the processes, you don't even start again.
Some places you just like, okay, what kind of people gather for you like this? So if I sell akara or with fried yam. You don't even know if that's what.
You don't check the customers that are interested in it. That they like a particular kind of akara.
You know, of course, yes, there are.
You know where it's time you want to send, but that they like, you didn't get any feedback. But we'll be fine. Let me at the end of the conversation today, people will start to rethink.
Oh yes, exactly. That's I'm very happy that we are having the kind of guest we have in the studio.
She's happy.
Because she's going to explain this thing. She's going to tell us how it works. So if we are saying MSMEs, then you should know that if it concerns you as an African who falls into that category, or you're listening or watching right now and you're not telling someone who falls into that category, then you're not doing that person
at all. Tell your neighbors, those ones that are thinking of starting a new business in 2026. Look, our goal today is very, very simple. To help MSMEs understand how to design better businesses, not by guessing, but by listening, testing, and building with intention. We'll run now on a break, and of course, when we come back, we'll bring in our guests who I already told you, she's happy. Just prepare yourself for a very, very enlightening conversation. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. On today's episode, we are joined by a professional who has spent over a decade helping organizations rethink how they create value, communicate, and serve customers. Our guest is Joan Ogosa Ediagbunya, a business design thinking advocate and an accomplished brand communication and customer experience leader. Joan has worked extensively with MSMEs, ecosystem partners, and public sector initiatives, including her recent work with the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. Her experience sits at the intersection of strategy, empathy, branding, and customer insight, helping small businesses to design products, services, and brands that customers actually want. Her work addresses a critical gap in Africa's MSMEs ecosystem, which is moving businesses from intuition-led decisions to customer-centered, design-driven growth. Welcome to Just Africa, Joan.
Thank you.
You had to giggle when I pronounced that surname, and I tried my best in practicing. I practiced by time.
You tried, actually.
Actually, Dr. Idahosa is waiting to pick you up. Anyway.
I said I tried. When you said I tried, I mean, you was coming from 1 to 10. What would you give me?
Let's give you a 4.5.
Oh,
I did not try.
He tried.
I did not try. That's the one I gave my way to go. I did not try. Jesus. All right, so for context, look, what kind of business will naturally fall into MSMEs? Let's start with that one. Like, let's break it down first, so people will understand. Oh, this is the category I actually fall into. Please, what kind of business will fall into an MSME?
Yeah. So when you hear MSME, so it's micro, small, and medium scale enterprises. And for the fact, if you're a sole proprietor, you are the only one driving your business, and also if you have a shop of some limited number of staff, right? So micro, small, medium. Most of the time, they put the numbers between maybe even 50 to 100, right? So now, MSME, you are not a conglomerate, right? You are not a big institution. So that's why most of the time they'll tell you that, for example, most startups can be SMEs, right? Okay. So you are micro, small, medium enterprise. Let's take it back home, right? The tailor on the street, the hairdresser that even has maybe a workforce of 10. It's a big deal to have 10 people working with you, but you're still an MSME. Right. So, and that's why the data is interesting, because these are the businesses that are the backbone of not just Lagos, Nigeria, but Africa at large. More than 80% of the workforce that's employed people collecting pay in Africa is being driven by MSMEs. So we are the fiber, right? Lagos alone, more than 3 million MSMEs exists. And everyone is being registered, news business are popping up. However, that same data has some interesting facts. Of the 80% Africa-wise, almost 90% don't make it past the first 5 years. You can imagine.
Yes.
80% of the workforce in MSMEs is what is driving the economy. And almost 90% don't make it past the first 5 years. So there's life in MSMEs, but at the same time, the death rate
is high.
It's super high. Now, the question is, why? And these are analyses that we need to now look into and maybe even discuss that. How come? I think there was a recent business that was able to start as an SME, grew to a global conglomerate. I can call the name here, House of Tara, and she handed over to a new leadership, and it was celebrated across Africa. Why? Because that's one of the very few times an SME doesn't just survive through the owner, but now has new ownership and leadership. That is one of how many? The way it was celebrated. So it's like a drop in the ocean. So I believe that this is a conversation that is important, not just for conversation's sake, but we are talking about the life and blood of our economy, and it needs to be addressed.
Yes, sir.
What can be done? What is the issue, and how do we evolve from here?
Yeah, thank you, John. Now, you said something very important. Most of the SMSE, right? MSE, they don't go beyond 5 years.
Yes.
And it keeps repeating. What's responsible?
My guess,
what's killing them?
My guess will, I like that question. My guess will be, you know, in Africa, a lot of dreams are hunger-driven.
Okay.
Wow. Right. And when you say hunger-driven, you are talking about my belly. And that brings me back to me. However, actual businesses that thrive and will make an impact are businesses that have gone through the 5 pillars, right, of design thinking. Now, I will just take us quickly. Let me just name them, and I will say something very interesting. The first point is empathize. E. Now, let's give a typical example. Somebody sees a spot in a very fine Ford junction in Lekki and understands that he wants to sell bole. What's the first thing? The first thing we do is get a bole stand, get chair, start frying bole. Then when people don't come, you blame the economy, blame the president, and blame your village people. However, what will somebody who does design thinking do? The first thing they will do is stand at the junction, look at the people passing by, realize that these people are in a hurry. So what that means is that people will stand here and start pricing bole with me. Can I start thinking, okay, is there a way to package sliced bole with sauce and maybe have 2 people that wear a fine uniform that can quickly just do at this traffic light, can quickly just give them, collect while they are moving, give, collect. That person has empathized with the need. That's empathy. You didn't just come and say that I want to do this business and just go and set up. You empathized. You imagine what the customer would be. You put yourself in their shoe. The second thing is define. What that person did was define the way. Okay, how do we
do it? Yes.
How do we go about this? After you empathize, that means you've seen the need and put the customer first, you've defined, then you ideate. Guess what? That's where a lot of people start from. I have an idea. You will always say, I get one idea.
Yes.
Wisdom. Before you now start ideating. So that's where you put all the possible scenarios to solve what? To solve that issue. That is the customer's pain point. Yeah. But people will start from there. They will not start from defining. They will just start from idea. And when you ideate, there's a tailor now that can just decide that I have an idea. The first thing you want to do, go and disturb one man to come and buy you warehouse. You've not prototyped. That's the next point. You've not tested. You've not prototyped. You've not tried, okay, let me produce for the people in my streets. But you're just going to carry a warehouse. Stock it with something. You made a very good statement that I love. As you were talking, I was almost blushing on your behalf. Yeah. Okay, let me not say what I said. Now, you said something that you see a lady doing ready to wear. The next thing, you duplicate the exact same thing. First of all, what you don't know is that she's selling primarily to students. So that's why it's affecting her price. Whereas you as a person, your entire network are rich people. If you give them that student price, first of all, they will not rate you. Whereas students will appreciate it. So you don't know her empathy. You don't know how she defined it. You don't know how she now ideated how to address. All you saw was she doing something and you just did copy and paste. Then after prototyping, which is now doing small, then you test. Then after you test, before you repeat it again, you come back to the empathy. Okay, so from there you start defining your idea. That's how you upscale. But you said the problem is all we just stated. People are full of ideas driven by hunger. Or get inspiration because you saw someone do it. You didn't take the time to empathize. You didn't take the time to know the customers. So empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. So these are the things that design thinking will help us do. Let's give another example. Somebody selling food in Surulere, and by end of the day, she's always closing her business, wasting food. Like I said in the initial example, the pain point is that she opened up, first of all, that's the problem with starting with idea. She came, there's a lot of office around that area, so it will make sense to sell food now, won't it? But what she didn't realize is that people can't leave their office to come and sit down
there to eat.
All she needed to do was to look for a way to have quick mobility.
Yes.
You don't even need to have an app, WhatsApp. Drop an order, have 3 guys that drive bicycle. Just go around. It's even within the same area, just walk around. Another funny thing I will say before I end this is how people can just follow trend, which is a major concern. Something happened to me during the holidays, right? Just before Christmas, I wanted to buy some things. And almost all the shops I went to, both virtually and physically, had gone for holiday. They've closed for the year. But guess what? I also work in a financial institution where we do investments. Now, the biggest withdrawal of their savings in the year happens in December. Sure. So that means that everybody's ready to spend and spend carelessly. After all, they want to dirty December. Well, you now decided by 15th of the month, you want to close shop. That your staff is. You didn't empathize, you didn't define. So design thinking is doing business both from the point of the customer and in creativity. My advice for a lot of MSMEs out there is this habit of closing for the year in the heat of business should be retaught. Because a lot of people are coming into Nigeria, they want to buy things.
But there are some companies actually need to close for the year, right?
That's understood.
Okay.
Now, but for MSMEs, we have to be smart.
Very smart, yeah.
You have to be smart because people want to buy your product.
Exactly.
Who says that you can't close in the last 2 weeks in January?
Yeah.
Because by that time, everybody don't home.
Everybody
don't home. So business will be booming in December, and you are closing.
Makes sense.
First 2 weeks of January.
In January, yeah.
First 2 weeks or even last 2 weeks. Let's say you use the first 2 weeks to now recover from the plenty orders. Yes. So you do your books, and you close last 2 weeks in January. Why? Because February, Valentine is coming. So new purchase again.
Yes, wisdom.
So these are the things.
Okay, please, in simple terms, yeah, because we are throwing some big words and some people may not be able to relate. Which one is business design thinking? I know you gave us these 5 pillars, and I'm grateful. It's stuck in my head. I had to even create an acronym for them. EDIPT. EDIPT. I don't know whether it's a word, but I just created it. It makes it last longer in my head. But when you now say business design thinking, please break it down in simple terms. What does that mean?
So
is it planning?
So it's everything I've said, and what it simply means is developing your business from the point of view of the end user, from the person you are going to serve, from the person that is going to be the consumer. A lot of people assume. And they think that their pain points is a global solution. It will shock you. So what's business design thinking? Is designing your business with the customer in the center of the focus so that we don't speak too much grammar. Yeah. And then defining who that customer is. So like we said, a lot of people use their personal pain points or just idea from anywhere to understand and run business. But business design thinking is saying no. The customer is the focus. So you design your business around their needs.
In simple terms, if you don't do that, if you don't design your business around the customer, what are the potential?
So those are the issues we are facing, which includes the death rate of businesses. Because at the end of the day, you are putting in so much energy, you are putting in so much effort, but the results are minute. Right? That Dirty December example we gave is something typical. If you are putting your customers in the center of your decisions, you should know that your customers are heavy, especially for easy-to-wear guys.
Yeah.
All this Afro-centric, look at the necklace on you now. A lot of people coming into the country, they want to buy stuff like that, right? If your customers are the bread and butter of your decision-making as a business, you should have even figured out that by now, I don't think we should close in December. I think that our closing should happen in January. Now, another example is a salon, right? This owner found out that Fridays from afternoon, the crowd that comes in is like they pursue them from wherever they were hidden. Closing time naturally in that salon is 6 p.m. But 7, 8, 9 on some occasions, people keep knocking. First of all, she had to do the empathize. Empathy being that, how come I can be shutting door against customers walking in just because I close by 6? It doesn't happen Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but it's always happening on Friday. What's the wise thing for an MSME to do, like this owner did, was that they had to ask some people. He said, first of all, Owambe is just around the corner. We went to walk all through the week. The perfect time to come and get this thing done is on the Friday afternoon or evening. And she said, oh, wisdom says that, which is after empathizing, defining what the issue is, then that's where the idea is. How about we say that we pay our staff salary, we reduce your salary by 10%, but your Friday pay is a standalone pay, and this is the amount. So what that means, and for that Friday as a whole, whether you are staff or you come from outside, you are hireable for that day. But closing time for that day is 10 p.m. Both her staff and others,
yes,
they came because Friday pay you will collect it. Now what that means is that when all salons have closed, everybody knows that salon is open. So all the Owambe gigs, you've gotten it. Extra staff just for that day, you've gotten it. That is business design thinking in action.
Wow,
so who doesn't think like this, Ben?
Yes. Okay, so you talked about something earlier on, talking about experimentation. Yes. Now, most businesses are scared of failure. So they don't want to experiment. I don't have the strength to experiment and all that. So how do you help a business owner to understand that failure sometimes is actually not failure in the real sense. It is actually a success. How do you explain that to a business owner?
Thank you. So in startup terms or in financial terms, they call it minimum viable product. What that means is that that's what prototyping is. Anytime you need to do something, always do it small. So what that means is that even if you are starting a business, test it a bit. Experimentation, testing is critical to determine if this thing you want to do will be long-lasting. So if a business owner doesn't want to fail in the long term, they should realize that experimentation is a critical foundation for the longevity of your business.
Do MSMEs, do they really think about like we said earlier, most of them don't think about the long term. And in your definition, the stomach. So someone who is not even thinking about long-term business right now, how do you encourage the person that you still need to experiment? So
that's why when I worked with the Lagos State Employability Trust Fund, these are the kind of trainings and education and, we have to put out there. Thankfully to you guys and SOUQ News TV, right, and Just Africa, we are discussing this topic and trusting that a lot of people can see this kind of information, right? We need to host workshops. We need to let people know that we can't continue to do business as we are doing now. Why? Because this is economy backbone we are talking about. With the figures we gave, knowing that almost 50% of non-oil GDP in Nigeria is generated from MSMEs, then maybe both individuals, corporates, and even the government needs to come together and put training programs where we discuss these things. Because I don't think that a business owner, though driven by hunger, gets to understand these terminologies, we don't have a rethink. You talked about mindset, right? There's mindset, there's mind shift. Yes. What brings mind shift is now the information and knowledge that comes into the picture. So I think a lot of trainings, a lot of the need to always talk about these things will give the needed shift. However, MSMEs cannot continue to run business the way we do.
But have you ever seen any way, maybe an example where failure actually turned out to be success in the process of prototyping? Have you ever seen any of such situations? At least that will encourage someone out there.
Yes, yes, I have. Though this happened in a corporate, remember I said that so it may not be those selling in the streets, but however, this happened in the corporate setting. Very interesting. Let me just say this. Now, a lot of businesses, they'll just go copy and paste. So this happened in a small-scale insurance industry, right? There's something called term insurance. So what that means is that you insure your life so that if something happens to you, they pay your loved ones amount. Okay, but in Nigeria, no, nothing will do me, God forbid.
It's even difficult to sell that.
Thank you. However, this is the business they do. How do they sell it? So the business had run for some years. Only the educated ones that understand the importance, right, of term assurance were open to it. However, we had to have a sit down to say that let's empathize with the reality of these markets. Because it's happening in A, but we can see it's struggling in B. What is the issue with debt? First of all, there's a cultural barrier. We don't like debt. We don't want to talk about it. Don't tell me to come and pay you that if I die. Why should I die? Why will I die? Are you wishing me dead? No, the only thing that dies is that they die by fire. We don't die here. So, but two realities came. The average Nigerian likes to give their older loved ones a befitting rest.
Except themselves.
Except themselves. So if somebody's aged mother dies, they go to do burial and spend millions. Yes. Empathy. Number two is that, we were joking and said that, when you go person mama burial, because I call you mama burial, you not give me food chop, abi. When your own mama die, no worry.
Exactly.
But, we just joke about all of that. So we put a product together to say that, you know what? We did, of course, focus group, ask people questions. I say, if you insure your older loved one and they die, we pay you. Let's say you are paying insurance of 5,000 every year. Every month. If something happens to them, you get up to 3 million. They say, oh yeah now. However, we don't know who goes first. Yeah. So God forbid you go first. Your life, your own loved ones to be covered. That brought about, they were now more receptive. Okay. Because when loss happens, two things happen. The immediate emotional loss hits you. The next is the immediate basic financial loss. Because money for burial must drop. Yeah. So that was how we entered into the average customers and saying, if you lose your older loved ones, and some were not even asking. After they say, okay, I'm also responsible, especially the men. If my mother-in-law or father-in-law dies, I'm still responsible. So now say, okay, for married people, you can insure your own parents and your parents-in-laws. And that product did so well that people now started asking, what of my uncle or my auntie? You say, you are a suspect. Why you going to ask for auntie? So that your uncle auntie are beefing, you go kill and go collect money. So we not accept uncle auntie. Yeah. We did not. Before people go start killing their village people. Now that's a typical example of prototyping. Yes. We tested. It didn't work. So imagine the entire marketing money and they planned. All we just did was to come and say, come and when you die, your life. You insure your life so when you die. I just tell you. No, I'm not dying. But that prototyping, testing, discussing with the average customer, getting the pain points, and building a product around that became a success. A success.
That's
okay,
true.
so I know I'm saying up. Anyway, so I know MSMEs are essentially driven by customers. Essentially driven by customers. You'll be able to study patterns when you went to this training with the Lagos State agency. What did you notice about customers? Because they would always tell you customers are always right. But is that saying actually true? Because sometimes we don't even know what we want as customers. What did you notice as a pattern of customer behavior?
I think because I dealt with the business owners themselves, for those that showed up for those kind of empowerment workshop, they are also looking for solutions. They also don't exactly know, how to go about these things. They're also trying to say, okay, how do we do it? How do we not do it? You talked about data just now. When people hear data, they'll think it's some big numbers or everything.
Yeah,
I was telling someone
it has to be for big companies.
Exactly. I was telling someone that your WhatsApp status can be your biggest research and development tool. How? Just put up questions in there. Hello, if you have been buying something from me, or you do a broadcast, what can I do differently that will help you be better? What has been your biggest pain point doing business with me? WhatsApp. The same WhatsApp that some of us will look at status and laugh money tonight. If you do a broadcast and you put it on your status, that's a research and development lab. So the first thing they are getting to now realize is that customers need to be spoken to. You must look for a feedback channel. That is something that I found out. That they know that customers are not happy. They don't know how to harness feedback. When you ask them, do you have data? They say, no, no, I'm a small business. Hello. But you've been doing business for 3 years. And all the people that have bought from you, both those that were angry and happy, you have their number on your phone. Why can't you do a WhatsApp broadcast? You don't even need to put form if you don't know it. Just say yes or no. And sit down and calculate all of them that said yes or no. And you now say, that means people are not happy. Oh, yes, people are happy. But, so a lot of times people think the major problem is price. That may also be, that's not always the case. It may be the service you are rendering not being excellent enough or not meeting the particular need they prefer. We've given a lot of examples on this call to say that the one that wants to set up Bolly, whereas people are moving fast, nobody will stand there, right? So at the end of the day, MSME owners, and those driving MSMEs, are looking for answers. And the first thing we tell them is that the answer lies within the people you've served so far, even if it's 5 to 10. And if you've not served anyone, you want to start, like we said, prototype. Start small. But you must start with empathy. Don't start with idea. So empathize. Ask around, right? What will people like in this area? We've seen, there was a day where I usually pass that road. Say, sorry, just 3 questions for you, ma. I'm like, we just opened a shop here. I want to know, from this, and this, what will you preferably eat? I say, oh, okay. So I knew what they were doing because I said, okay, I would like to eat this. Will you like deliveries? Would you like to come in? I said, I said, if there's AC, I could, but if it's something I can easily just pick up. That's a roadside, and they're already putting all of that. So ensure that you bring this. So data, don't be scared of data. Don't be scared of data gathering. Don't be scared of customer feedback. Because those are the things that will determine your longevity. And learn. Don't assume. You said that.
Yes, the assumption is killing. Okay, so talking about these people again, we have talked about the business side of it. We've done a whole lot on that. Now we're talking about younger people who want to come into this line of business. They want to do what you're doing. Are there particular skills one needs to become an analyst or someone who is into designing businesses? Are there skills that they need for them to come into this industry?
So a lot of those skills, I'll call them what we call soft skills. Okay. We'll start from there. So most of the time, people think technical skills are important, but you see soft skills, very important. How hungry and driven are you? Because you cannot talk about design thinking without empathy. So how well do you see this organization and your heart is pained that I want to be the solution provider? If you look at a lot of businesses that are causing a revolution, and let's say Child Deck, for example, what happened? It came from a point of pain. The guy needed food. You understand? Yeah. And he searched around, he couldn't find. Right? So that pain bettered an idea. However, he did his due diligence by asking, empathizing, defining. So the question is, what is driving you? You must build your emotional quotient, or what we call social quotient, not just your intellectual capacity. Most of the time when people are talking skills now, they will run to one marketing training, workshop, soft skills. How well can you talk? listening skills, especially in a generation where people have very low span rates.
Yes,
for
attention
focus.
span, yes. Attention span is low.
It's low. How well can you discipline yourself and say, you know what, in the next 5 hours, no phone. I want to read this book. I want to be on this page. Now, those are soft skills. So to build businesses or come and analyze or be a strategist or be a design thinking mentor, you must build your soft skills. There are also soft skill trainings. Even soft skill trainings exist. So, yes. So you see, communication skills is a training.
Do you train people?
Yes. So what I did with Lagos State Employment Trust was a training program that we did with them. So we trained the MSMEs in Lagos through that arm. So we do trainings and we also do consults.
How do people get into the training? Maybe do they have to go through a certain process, have to go online and register and fill forms, or how often do this happen? How often does it happen, and how can people be part of it? Because right now, not everybody will have access to those kind of trainings, and sometimes they tell you the cost of registration is high, and what can or how do they get access to it? How do they get involved? How often does it happen? Just let us know.
All right, thank you. So though most of the time I partner with organizations to be a facilitator, in 2026 we're also looking at hosting our own workshop for Elive Consulting, because I train with Elive, though I have my full-time work. So Elive Consulting is all over social media, so we can receive a DM. Still, just thinking out loud, SOUQ News TV can decide to have an empowerment session and invite people like me and one or two other people to have a training, maybe 4-hour session, right? Because you talk about the economy, you guys do very great work, right? So we can partner with facilitators and trainers like us, bring people in, right, to do a training empowerment workshop, maybe as part of your corporate social responsibility. At the end of the year, or whenever, maybe your company anniversary. Those are also things. Like we said, Lagos State government, they were trying to do something, so they looked for a facilitator like me to come and talk on design thinking and help them scale. Then, as a person, I personally know how difficult it can be for some of these people to pay for some things. That's why I partner more with institutions that are giving back or organizing programs. But as an independent entity, it's also something I'm looking forward to be able to train, because people need to be trained.
SMEs, what business mind shift do they need right now for us to really scale better than the way we are in Africa right now? What do we need? Let's say that will help us grow in the next 5 years.
Before, I want to add to that, because my question was going to be, so many of them will always tell you, because we don't have money, that's why we're not scaling up. Please correct that notion. Add it to that
mindset,
First of all, capital is never the problem. The problem is how viable is the solution that you are bringing, and what's the mindset? Like, how is your customer in the middle of the mix? Trust me, like I said, I work in a financial institution. The data says that even when SMEs get funded, more than 70% cannot return interests and pay back their loan. So capital is not the problem. Now, that's why a lot of institutions, including banks, are skeptical to finance SMEs. Why? Because the nature of doing business, like we said, it all still goes back. You are hunger-driven. You don't understand the business design thinking, right? You are not going through trainings and understanding business structure. All you just think is capital. Somebody was saying that, a lot of people, like we said, they will always blame government. But that's not why we are here.
Enabling environment.
That's not, funny enough, about the enabling environment, according to someone, I'm not a tax expert, right? But I understand that even MSMEs, until you make a 50 million profit, you are not taxable. So that's the government even supporting you. And I hear that exports, right, is free, untaxed. And some other tiny things that maybe a tax expert will give to show that even the government you are crying about, they are also supporting you to come up. Why? Because they've seen that these people are the key drivers. They are the life, they are the flesh and blood of the economy. So
the mind shift. What do we need to change?
The mind shift will be like, money is not the problem. The problem is me skilling up. the solution is me also ensuring that what I am delivering is viable in the market, and you have tested it before you scale. So everything still comes back to this business design thinking.
Yeah.
Don't just go and boom, test. First of all, let your testing be that you've ideated it, you empathized, you defined. Rather, you empathized first, you defined, you ideated, you prototyped, small. Test the water. So it still comes back to all of this. And for the few businesses that have taken this to the core are the ones we are seeing thriving. Like the House of Tara, the Child Deck, right? Where they were able to bring in solutions. Like I said, for the insurance example I gave, they didn't just come and just hit the market. So they tested, and when they saw the one working before they started bringing. So that rethinking must happen. Don't just go from I have an idea and hit the ground running.
You just run the ground. You will run, but you run the ground. Thank you so much, Joan, for being. It's an exciting conversation. I wish we could have it for longer because I was learning. I was just thinking about all the businesses that I had thought about. And I said, God knows this one wouldn't have known. No, this one would have just died natural death. Because this kind of insights are things that help you decide better, make better decisions, and you don't make mistakes that your predecessors have been making. Now you can understand why some businesses fail without even having to go into it to see. First of all, you can just sit back and say, okay, this was what they were not doing, and the analysis can give you better results. And of course, I love the fact that you're also heavy on data is very, very important.
Yeah.
A lot of people need to take that back home. What did you pick up, maybe?
Yes, don't just wake up and start and say you want to open a shop.
And you'll be lucky if you...
No. You have to follow the process. If you don't follow, see, there's no cutting corners. If you cut corners, the business is going to die. That's my take. She just mentioned 5 important pillars for any business.
That one I stopped already.
You get it.
I told you.
So you have
EDIPT. Everybody remember that EDIPT. EDIPT. I tried for you.
You get it. So if you are able to apply those 5 steps before you go big, see, that business won't die.
So even a prototype, sorry, to bring that again. Even a prototyping, if you see that it's not going to work, you can go back again.
Exactly.
You get it. That was what she said. So when you are testing, okay, it's not working, people are not patronizing, the customers are not coming back, you have to go back and check.
Maybe
is it me?
Or
what did I miss?
Yeah.
Better still, meet someone who understands these things. So it's that simple. Then look out for the opportunities for training. Like you rightly said, Lagos State is partnering with them. Lagos State will always help. So why don't you ask questions instead of just saying it's village people that is making my business to die?
But anyway, we're going to correct a lot of that. Thank you so much, Joan, once again for coming on the show. But of course, like she likes to do, but I'm going to do that. She likes you to connect to Africa some way.
Yes.
But I'll invite you.
She was very excited.
She wanted to do it again. But I would not set you up like that, right? Just tell us, as an African, as a Nigerian, what parts of the country are you from? Okay. And please tell me your favorite local food.
And the meaning of the surname, don't forget that.
Okay. She has toasted something. Your favorite it has to be local food. Oh yeah. Pick that one out first. Tell us where you're from.
All right.
And then let's start.
All right. My name is Ogosa Ediagbonya Joan. So if you hear the thickness in that name, you know that I'm from the rich. So I'm from Edo State, mother and father, full-blown Bini girl, proudly so. My favorite food is plenty, but let me stick with black soup and original pounded yam. Slay. What they call egile.
You didn't hear that? So now you see, because she has mentioned egile, that's snail in Edo, right? Good. That will now make you to speak the Edo language, to say hello to our... to say hello to Africa, to say hello to your fans that are watching right now. I know that they're watching. And
I'll use Edo to say all of
yes, what do you speak?
What do I speak?
What's the dialect?
Benin.
So it's not as hard. It's not that hard. So you just tell us. Yeah, of course, it's just Africa. Let's go back home. We'll be speaking English. Let's speak our local dialect.
My village people, I hope I make you proud.
Amen.
Let's go. All right, Obatope, Oya Weso, Ibi Africa, Ibi Nigeria, Ibi Lagos, Ibi Edo, also Johnny Daboya, ATM, and so Oya Weso, and keep watching Just Africa.
You try. I will I will not give you 4.5. As you gave me 4.5 with the pronunciations today, but you didn't tell us the meaning of the surname, though.
Oh, the surname. Augusta, first of all, my name means God's property or God's own.
Okay.
Idiagbonya means stay alive.
God's own will stay alive.
That's good.
Don't leave me. All right, today's conversation with John, of course, highlights a very simple but powerful truth that successful businesses are designed, not guessed. For Africa's MSMEs, the growth is no longer just about working harder. It's about understanding customers better, testing ideas faster, and building brands that consistently deliver value. Business design thinking offers entrepreneurs a practical framework to reduce risk, improve customer experience, and scale sustainably. For policymakers and ecosystem builders, the lesson is very, very clear. MSMEs support must go beyond funding and training to include design-led thinking, customer insights, and strategic communication. Thank you all so much for being a part of this segment of Just Africa, but we're not running away. We have another conversation coming up. It's just to let Joan, take a breather. And of course, we'll go on a break. When we come back, we'll be having Just Africa's second segment. Anyway.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kane. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marse Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. All traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakon and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Do not forget to follow us on all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. On today's second episode of the show, we are joined by one of Africa's leading voices in freelance coaching and Upwork strategy. Freelancing is rapidly transforming how young professionals earn, learn, and build global careers. Digital platforms like Upwork have opened doors to international clients, remote work, and financial independence. Yet, for many skilled Africans, those opportunities remain just out of reach. The challenge is not talent, it is strategy. Poor profile optimization, weak proposals, and lack of guidance prevent many freelancers from converting skills into sustainable income and long-term growth. Our guest who will join us to break this down is Evangeline Tochukwu Ohagu, a top-rated Upwork freelancer, consultant, and trainer who has helped thousands of African freelancers optimize their profiles, win consistent clients, and scale agencies on the platform. Her expertise spans profile optimization, proposal strategy, lead generation, account management, and one-on-one coaching. Through structured training and mentorship, Evangeline equips freelancers with systems that produce results quickly and sustainably. Her work addresses a major gap in Africa's digital workforce, which is helping skilled professionals move from inconsistent gigs to predictable income and long-term career growth. Welcome, Evangeline, to Just Africa. Hello, Eva.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I love what you do with the background.
Just wanted to give that unified look.
Okay. Okay, so let's just dive straight in for context, right? What common mistakes often prevent African freelancers to win jobs on Upwork?
Okay. It's just like you rightly said, the problem of positioning.
Okay.
Positioning is a major problem. Like, we have talent, we have the skills, but we do not know how to position ourselves well to monetize those skills. Now, another problem, freelancing, or remote work generally, started being popular in Africa about 3-4 years ago. So as it is now, many people are getting to know it. Many people are getting to know that they can actually work from Africa and earn in dollars. So a lot of people want to, dive into remote work without really understanding what it entails.
Yeah.
So that's why I said there's a problem of positioning. You don't need to abandon the skills you already have. That's a big problem. Many people feel that, okay, I need to be a virtual assistant for me to work remotely and earn in dollars. No, you don't need to abandon what you already know. All you need to do is brush up your skills, take short courses on tools that will help you work remotely, and you are good. So if the skills you already have cannot be used remotely, then you learn new things. But generally, it's a problem of positioning, how to set up your profile, how to sell yourselves to clients to the extent that even while you are sleeping, your profile is speaking for you. Your profile is attending interviews for you, and you wake up in the morning and you have an offer. So that's the major problem we have in Africa.
All right, thank you very much. I want to ask, many people still believe that freelancers are jobless people. They don't have a job, they are job seekers. Can you make people understand who a freelancer really is?
Okay. Freelancers are not jobless people. Like, there are people that have built careers in freelancing. I started taking freelancing seriously about exactly 1 year ago. And the company I've been working for this month makes us 1 year together. So that is not a freelancing gig. Freelancing is something, people believe that freelancing is something that you just come in, deliver a job, they pay you $50 and then you disappear. That is not how it is. There are long-term opportunities. Of course, there are short-term, fixed-term jobs that you can do and get paid and go. But then there are still long-term. Clients are looking for long-term employers. Companies get freelancers and employ as full-time staff in their companies. So I've been working remotely for a business in the US for 1 year. Now, as it is, I feel I run the day-to-day operation of that business. Like when we have classes, is a dance company in Boston. When we have classes, when we have performances, I sell tickets. I give access to our studios, all from Nigeria here. I'm not in the US, but anybody that wants to use our studio have to reach to me. Any of our dancers perform. So these are things I do. So it's not you waiting to be paid $100 and then you go and then wait for the next time you get a gig. No. Freelancing can be a sustainable income. It can build you lifetime comforts through freelancing. A lot of people are diving into it and people are making lots of money from freelancing now.
Yes, so some persons believe that freelancers are very indisciplined set of people because they feel they have the freedom to do what they want to do. They have the time to, whenever it is time, that's when they can come up. So they don't really have strategy. They are really not disciplined. What do you have to say about that?
No, that's not true. If you are working for a company and you have, let's say you are working for a business PST, a business that is located in the PST time zone, and they have a meeting by 8 a.m., you have to be there 8 a.m. So you will not say because it's 8 a.m. in PST is 4 p.m. Nigerian time. So you won't say because 4 p.m. you have to be in the market. If you really want to work, you have to plan yourself. We have tools, we have project management tools that we use. We don't just use it for clients. Use it to plan yourself. Use it to plan your schedule. You make use of your calendar. So your calendar, if you want to be a successful freelancer, you must plan your time. You know when you are working, you know when you are sleeping, you know when you are out there, you know when you are in the market. So that is not true. Freelancers are organized. In fact, if you ask me, I would say if you are not organized, you cannot be a successful freelancer because once you get into a company and the company sees that you are not, they will kick you out. So don't keep the time. Nobody will want to work with somebody that you cannot lay hands on when you need that person. Or if you're an executive assistant and your executive have a meeting at 10 a.m. and your executive is expecting you to be there to take notes or take action points and then you are nowhere to be found, you'll be kicked out. So for you to succeed as a freelancer, you must be disciplined. So I can say that freelancers are one of the most disciplined persons you will find. Thank you.
All right, so, I mean, you've been using Upwork for a while now. I mean, you literally do trainings on it. Share some of your experience, how you got into Upwork. Because there are so many places where people can do freelancing, but even in particular about Upwork. And then it's a place where almost everybody around the globe can get into. How can Africans now stand out?
Sorry, I lost you at some point. Please come again.
Okay, I said you've been using Upwork for a while now. Upwork, right? And you probably know it, so that's why you're teaching it. Okay? How can Africans stand out? Because it is accessible to almost anybody around the world.
Yes. Upwork is the #1 remote work market space. Like, there are different platforms. You can get jobs on LinkedIn. You can get remote work from career pages of companies. Probably you like a particular company in the US. You can go to their website, check out their vacancies, and apply. But there's a reason why most freelancers are comfortable with Upwork. It's because Upwork is a secure platform. Like, if you do a job, you get an hourly job on Upwork, and you follow the rules and regulations, the policies guiding Upwork, you are 100% assured that you get paid. So the #1 reason why most freelancers are moving towards Upwork is the security on the platform. You don't get scammed. Imagine after working and you are not paid. You don't need to chase after clients to please come and pay me. It's time for you to pay me. No, as long as you are following the policies of the platform, track your time as you should, you are going to get paid. Even if the client is not available, Upwork will pay you. Upwork will pay you from their account and then rectify whatever issue they have with the client. So the problem is African, we do not, actually anybody can succeed on Upwork. We have Filipinos on Upwork, we have Indians, we have Pakistanis. A lot of people are doing well on Upwork. So it's just like I mentioned earlier, you need to sell yourself. Those of us that are in Africa, you need to work twice as hard. You cannot put your profile, set it up, and like someone in the US. Those in the US already have advantage over us. We need to work twice as hard. Even those in Philippines, they have some advantage over us because they got into the remote work a lot earlier than we, the Africans. So they are kind of in demand. So most US foreign companies will just go and say, okay, I want Filipinos. Or you see some job posts, they will say strictly for those in Philippines. So, but you as an African, especially if you are just starting, you need to put in the work. You need to show that you can do. Don't just say you can do the work. You need to show work samples that will make someone to be convinced that you can actually do the work. Like if someone is looking for somebody to design for a digital marketer, and they need someone to design newsletters for them, you should be able to show some newsletters that you have designed.
Before, yes.
You understand? Before the person can trust you that you can handle their newsletters.
Okay, so talking about trust, I will come to that. But you said putting in the work. Africans need to put in the work if they must get hired, if they must be recognized. What exactly do you mean by putting in the work? What do we need to put in place for more Africans to be hired?
Okay. First part is make sure the skill you are selling is in demand.
Oh, okay.
I'm someone reached out to me on LinkedIn and said, I'm not getting jobs on Upwork. What is the problem? And I asked, what is your skill? The person said typing. Typing is not in demand right now on Upwork, not even Upwork in the remote space. For a few years ago, it was, but now we have lots of AI tools that can just, that can transfer speech to text. So why do I have to employ someone to type for me? You understand? So you must make sure that your skill is in demand. So there are lots of go to Upwork, check out job posts. Is this what I want to offer? Are clients looking for it? You might have an optimized profile for the wrong skill. So if your skill is in demand, then you make sure you optimize your profile around that skill that is in demand. So that's another problem. Your profile must be optimized. Your profile must have the right keywords that clients that are hiring for that your skill will typically use when they are looking for freelancers like you. If you are an executive assistant and the client wants to hire executive assistant, the client will go to the search bar and type executive assistant. If your profile doesn't have repetition of executive assistant, Upwork will not recommend your profile to that client. So when the client wants to hire, Upwork recommends some profiles to the clients, especially those that have good keyword repetition, completed jobs. So the client will just reach out, either invite the freelancer to their job or send that freelancer a direct message. And when the client reaches out to you, you don't spend money, you don't spend connects to apply, you apply for free. But if you are just applying to any job you find, then you have to use connects to apply. So, like I said, your niche must be in demand, your profile must be optimized, and thirdly, I know that the most important, that's why I say you must put in the work, is that you must have work samples to show that you can deliver. Don't just say. That's what I always teach my students. Don't just say you can do this. Show that you can do it. That is the extra work we need to put in. Show that you can actually do this work so that clients can easily trust you. And then you have these work samples on your profile. So when you are sleeping, somebody can come to your profile and see that you can actually do this and hire you on the spot. So these three things are very, very important.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that you train your students, and that one first caught my ear because look, a lot of people need to prepare themselves for opportunities like this 2026. Yeah. Many people are looking for remote jobs because the ones they are doing is probably not enough to sustain them. And this is Africa. Nobody would run away from a side business, which a freelancer gig or freelancing gig can afford you. But in our commercial, you did mention that you were hosting a training or is it a masterclass or something. Please break that down because people might be interested.
Okay. Yes, I organize Upwork masterclasses from time to time. So the 5th cohort will be coming up this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, 8 p.m. Nigerian time. And yes, this weekend. So slots are almost full. We have right now, and not just after the class, which is a 2-day class, I have a community where I provide ongoing support because I struggled before I finally figured Upwork out. And I noticed that the problem I had was I didn't have the kind of support or mentorship per se that will help me navigate this platform easily. So I provide that mentorship to my students, provide ongoing support. Some of them, when we have interview, they come to me. Some of them will say, Coach, my client said this, so what will I answer? So all these are the things. We will interact. We also refer ourselves for jobs. Like if I have jobs, I'm so busy and I can refer my students as, okay, I have someone that can deliver this. So this is what the community is all about. The class is happening this weekend. There we'll break down Upwork. We will open everything. Like after the class, some people will say like, so everything I have on my profile is total rubbish. So I've been doing rubbish things, and you are complaining a lot. After each cohort, I always get this. Oh, I've been doing total rubbish all this while, and I'm saying I've not gotten job. So you are going to see the secret. You are going to see what you have been doing wrong, and then you'll be taught how to fix it and apply to jobs the right way. Once you are doing Upwork is about strategy. If you are doing the right things, then be rest assured that jobs will come. You even get tired of jobs.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, how do you advise people who tend to want to do plenty things at the same time? How is it jack of all trades that I don't know what to put the other one?
Master of none.
I mean, you just mentioned now that you get tired of work. How do you balance it out when you have, like, for example, 10 clients who need services from you? What kind of advice would you give such a person?
First of all, you can. The reason why many people struggle is niche. Many people don't know how to niche. You cannot be everything at once. So you have to find a way of selling your most profitable or most the skill that you want, that you love the most, that you want to sell. You cannot be a digital marketer and be a website designer and be customer support expert and be an automation expert, even if you know all these skills. So if you do that, you are confusing the algorithm, and then clients will feel that you are doing so much, so you might not be an expert of any. So we always advise Upwork inclusive. advise for you to find a niche. When you have a niche, you are going to look like an expert in that field. So if you're a web designer, be a web designer. Focus on that. Build your profile around web design. If you need to add something to it, let it be something related to that web design. Let's say Shopify website design or landing page design. These are related. But you cannot carry web design and then you come and add maybe project management. You see that is a whole lot. So, but then if let's say you have built your profile excellently and you are getting clients, of course you need to also deliver excellently. Because if you do not deliver, you're going to get bad reviews. And on Upwork, if you get 3 consecutive bad reviews, your profile is gone. So you need to protect your profile. You need to protect your job success score. Upwork have like the job success score. If you have 100% job success score, clients trust you more. So if you have like 80, 80 is still fine. If you have like 60, 70, you have to struggle to build it up. And when you get a bad review, even if you have 100 before, once you get one bad review, your score drops. So you need to work hard again to build it, and it takes time to build it. So that's why you need to be careful. Don't just take every job because you need money. Make sure that you are going to deliver excellently for each of the jobs. Get a good 5-star review and nice rating, and then you can get more. But there are some niche that you can take multiple clients, like maybe those that are into, let's say, automation. You know that most of their jobs are like one-off. So you can take multiple clients, deliver, get your good reviews, and go. But make sure that you are tracking whatever your clients want. We have tools like Monday.com, Trello, Asana. Use this to manage your own life so that you can meet up with all your clients' demands.
Yes.
So there's all of us that are niche, like I am an executive assistant. So I am mostly working with founders and directly with businesses. So I'm there, and then I'm a mother of 3 kids. So I am not able to take all the jobs that come my way. I need to balance it. Yes. But there are people that they have all the time. One of my students, since July last year till now, this guy has been packing jobs. Like he's there. He said he wants to. He has been packing jobs. Like this guy, he's top rated now. Just between July last year and now, he's a top rated freelancer on the platform. So if you have the time, go for it. But if not, make sure you are picking the ones that you can deliver excellently well, so you don't spoil for doing your profile.
Nice. Thank you very much. We know that there is a whole lot of money that is coming to you because you paid in dollars. We'll talk about that one later. You know what I'm saying. But most times, we just talk about the advantages of being a freelancer. We just talk about, yes, you have your time, you can manage things, you don't have to go anywhere, you don't have to do 8 to 5 job and all that. But sometimes we don't talk about the disadvantages, especially the mental challenges, the mental side of it. Can you let us know some of the challenges that also come with being a freelancer and how one will be able to manage those challenges so you live a balanced life?
The truth is, if you are not, just like I mentioned earlier, use tools, plan your life, manage your time. That's one of the things. You might just be putting your eyes on money, and then you pack as much as you want, and you will not be able to balance other aspects. Another thing is, most of we, the freelancers, remote workers, we have a problem of going out, socializing. Some of us, we can stay 1 month, you have not crossed your gates. Because you are indoors, you work indoors. As long as there's internet and there's power, you are indoor doing your thing. But so you need to know how to balance that other parts of your life will not suffer. You understand? So manage your time, plan, know when you are working, know when you are out playing mommy like me. I have time I work, I have time that I shut down my laptop and be a mom. You understand? So that other parts of your life will not suffer. You understand my points? Another thing, we face sometimes, Africa generally, where our internet is not so strong.
That is actually where I was going to.
Yes. Sometimes, okay, I think Uganda. Is it Uganda? Yeah, Uganda. They had election recently.
Yes.
As one of my students was telling me, and they cut off their internet for 4 days. You can imagine what the remote workers there went through. Some people lost their clients.
Exactly.
Some people, some those that are lucky, their clients understood and gave them time, and we adjusted their deadlines and all that. But that's a serious challenge. Even with, apart from the cutting off of internet, generally we have an internet problem and then a power problem. So some people now are moving into getting solar energy generators and all that to back up. But then that's a serious challenge, because it's a very, very serious challenge for us. And it's not been easy. We have been trying, but it's not. Sometimes you get on calls and you are kicked out of the call because of your internet. So it's not easy, but we are pushing.
Okay, so I know this freelancing gig is something that a lot of people would definitely be interested in, especially with the fact that you're not maybe physically going to work. So you transportation, you will not have to spend so much, just do the job and get paid, right? But again, we also know that there are different platforms for this freelancing gig, that so many of them, aside from this very popular one that you know. But what are how does Africa prepare itself? Because truth is, technology is wiping out many of these jobs that people think they have that can be relevant on these freelancing platforms. For example, you mentioned the one of typing. AI has done the work already. I hope we are not preparing ourselves for jobs that will soon get away in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
That's just the truth. If you are not upskilling, you will become irrelevant in few years to come. That is why you must be informed. You must keep yourself updated of changes in your industry. So how do you do that? By taking new courses. Don't say because I'm an expert, I've gotten 10 jobs right now. I can sit there. Things are changing. AI is coming. A lot of things. People are creating new tools every day. So make sure you are learning new things in your niche. Make sure you are upskilling. You are grabbing new knowledge. Every successful freelancer is always taking a course at every point in time. Check out all the top freelancers, remote workers, they are always people are paying thousands of dollars to take courses. So that is for them to be ahead in their industry. So if most of the skills you have today might become obsolete tomorrow. So you need to follow the trend. As new tools are coming up in your industry, learn them. You cannot learn everything. I was speaking with a client yesterday, and she was mentioning tools that I have never heard of. And that's what she uses in her business. So, but because I already have basic knowledge of some other tools that are similar to these tools, I'm able to navigate them. So that is it. Most freelancers, once you hear a new tool, you jump on YouTube, check out a few videos about it, you ask ChatGPT. That is how we keep ourselves abreast with changes in the industry. So yeah, your skill might become outdated tomorrow, but make sure that you're moving with the trend.
How far do you see freelancing job in Africa staying? Or what particular skill do you think is going to be in this industry for a very long time? That in the next 5 years, in the next 7 years, it is not going out of business?
Okay, according to Upwork reports for December, virtual assistants increased by 25%. Wow. Now, the most popular role on Upwork is virtual assistant. And virtual assistant is not going anywhere in the nearest future. Because lots of businesses are coming online. People need help. As a virtual assistant, you help business owners, you help businesses. So people need help. People need those kind of admin tasks that take business owners time. They don't want to. Instead of wasting time doing responding to customers or doing data entry, they will use that time to secure one gig that will pay them thousands of dollars. So this is why it's always in demand. New businesses are coming up, so it will always be in demand. It will always be in demand. Another skill that will be in demand is project management, operations management. These are things that people want help with, so that they are not tied down with those kind of things. My client, the first day we met, the first time we spoke during our interview, she told me that she doesn't want to be involved in the day-to-day running of her business. And she doesn't want the business to close. She's the founder of the business. She doesn't want that business to close. So that means she wants me to run the business. And I've been running the business for the past 1 year, all from Nigeria here. So this kind of support will not go out of fashion. It will always be there. businesses will always need this kind of help. Founders, business owners will always need this kind of help. Yeah.
How can we appeal, finally, I mean, wrapping up, how can we appeal to perhaps governments or those in authority to help us, I mean, those who are looking for jobs as freelancers and make it a bit easier or create a better environment for us?
First of all, we need, if whatever they can do to help us get nice, uninterrupted power, that's the first step. Make it easy for us so that we do not get thrown out of meetings. And most clients will be asking, what is your internet speed? Sometimes we share, we run internet tests. Some clients, before they hire, they'll tell you to share your internet speed with them. These are the things. Some of them will ask you, if your laptop goes out, do you have a backup power supply? So these are the things that we need help with. A lot of freelancers in Africa are getting into remote work, but we all have this common challenge, which is internet and power. So it will really, really help us so we can, go out there and interact with our peers out there. People are out there, those from Asia and all that, they're doing so well. But we also want to be part of what is happening out there. So give us that equal opportunity. Let's go out. We are hardworking persons. Those of us in most Africans are, especially those in Nigeria. So let me talk about my country. We are so hardworking. We put in the work. Most business we work with, they always talk good about us. But let us remove these challenges so that we can go out there and show what we can do.
Now better. Thank you so much for being a part of, I mean, we'll let you run away. This part of the show is always the interesting part. It doesn't mean the rest aren't. Anyway, you need to tell us where you're from, like where you are from. You also tell us the meaning of that your surname. Yeah. Then you tell us the the most important or most delicious local food from your place that you like. Before she will now ask you the other one. I think so. Answer my questions first. Break it down like that first.
Name or my middle name? Which one?
Your surname, Ohago.
Oh, okay, my surname. Okay, I'm from Enugu State, Nigeria.
Okay.
And my surname means Ohago. That's Ohago number. That's the full name. It means there's no how. The kind of historical. Why do you want to know this? Okay. That there will always be people around.
Okay.
Yeah, there will always be people around in every kindred, every family. There will always be people around. So, more like soldier goes, soldier come. There will always be people around at every point in time.
Okay. What's your favorite local food?
Yeah. Abacha.
Abacha.
Yes, now I'm an Enugu babe now. I'm an Enugu babe. What do you expect?
I understand. No problem. This one, in your local language now, I want you to greet our African listeners with your local language and tell them to keep watching Just Africa.
Okay.
In your local language, I said it too.
Okay. Unabia, I'm from Ogu. I'm going to say it in Ogu, Enugu State.
Okay.
Unabia, watch Just Africa. Makalavale kujive dumma. I'm speaking my dialect. Wala kujive dumma. So unula watch Just Africa. Thank you.
Dalo, yes, Dalo. Don't be thank you.
Dalo.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tochuku, for being a part of today's show.
All
right. I mean, maybe.
Yeah.
I know she was emphatic about one particular brand of freelance gig, but we know there are so many more that are out there. I like the fact that she emphasized that this particular one was particular to her because it was very secure. Yeah. And then even if there's an issue, they get to pay you, and then they go sort it out at the back end. But what do you think this freelance... Because you had a very weird question. The way the question came, I was like, okay, now you are speaking like every other person, in the sense that there's a misconception about freelancing.
Yes.
And I like the fact that she was able to answer it. But now that you now know from her explanation, what do you think about freelancing?
I think Before she said it, I was among those that used to think these people have all the time in the world.
Does not leave his house.
You get it.
He doesn't leave his house.
So I feel that, they have time for themselves. But what she said now has changed my mindset about them. Some of those people, they even work harder than some persons.
9 to 5.
Yes, maybe. Let me not just use Lagos to generalize everyone. It's not everybody that faces the kind of traffic we have in Lagos.
Yes.
You understand? So you can imagine someone who is in, no, let me not use Enugu. Enugu State is another busy place. Maybe let's say somewhere in Delta State. So if the person does not have to go through the stress of the kind of traffic we go to, my dear, I will forever choose freelancing gigs, because you have the time to sit at home and do your job. Like she rightly said, you have to be disciplined. I think that work will definitely make you to be disciplined, because if you really believe that, yes, my life depends on it, this is my means of livelihood. If I do not keep to time, if I do not deliver when I ought to deliver, it means I'm going to lose a client, right? And then hunger will come.
That's
you have to be disciplined and do the job.
I like the fact that we all know that, I mean, the larger part of Africa, especially the women, are still allowed to stay back home. In the sense that being a housewife. But now with gigs like this,
staying at home will be a problem.
Income into the family, but that's so great. As we conclude today's episode of Just Africa, our conversation with Evangeline Tochukwu Ohago highlights a powerful shift that's taking place across the African continent. African talent is no longer confined to local markets, but actively competing and winning on global platforms. From profile optimization and proposal strategy to systems for scaling freelance careers, this discussion makes it clear that success on such platforms is not accidental. It is built through clarity, consistency, mentorship, and the disciplined application of proven systems. Thank you all so much for being a wonderful part of today's episode of Just Africa. We had 2 brilliant women. Interestingly, they are women.
Oh my God.
Yesterday they are women, today they are women. Now, women out of place.
How beautiful.
It's been a very, very great show. And thank you also for joining us until next time, where we continue to spotlight the people, ideas, and opportunities that are shaping Africa's continent. Stay blessed. I remain Emmanuel Amelo. And of course, maybe Idolo is also with me. Till tomorrow. Bye for now.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafo, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Obalende. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse, Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had you here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We needed that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. I'm from Holy Cross for 1 year. I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokunbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school. Some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it. Okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what called me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randu Hall, So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Lintas Advertising. When I walked into Lintas, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. Then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Lintas. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Lintas. He said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Lintas. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies, because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surulere, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking, and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks in a very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. There weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was there, I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to active on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other. We knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged, I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio, okay? Interesting stories. I had, there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it, a lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. and news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, female tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria, and suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted in news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times, my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important, because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. You can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the banks than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, in that area. And I must still say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. In the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5% in Nigeria, goes as far as. Maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. For both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to, so that there is some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still going. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power to bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. Take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. That's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the minister for finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. What Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it with people who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. We all know, simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And you are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother's carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalinde, Igoshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Igoshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear buba and shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too unconsciously will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It only comes in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern young families, most so if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they learn. They can wear, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, aren't their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them, because they're not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming, okay? I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week, okay? And then, of course, I work. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is work for 30, 40 minutes a day, okay? And then, of course, I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay, hot.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. President Tinubu arrives Ankara on state visit to strengthen bilateral relations between Nigeria and Turkey. Nigeria Customs collects 7.281 trillion naira in 2025, surpassing 6.584 trillion naira target through stricter enforcement. Tanzania expects to finalize $42 billion LNG deal before June and begin production within 8 years. The European Union and India finalized historic free trade deal after 2 decades, creating combined market of 2 billion people. In sports, Super Eagles Victor Boniface shows recovery progress after knee injury, sharing training update from Bayer Leverkusen. Stay with us, we'll be right back. President Bola Tinubu has arrived in Ankara, the capital of the Republic of Turkey, on a state visit aimed at strengthening bilateral relations. The presidential aircraft touched down at exactly 9:03 p.m. local time, marking the start of the official engagement between both countries. President Tinubu was received at Ankara Esenboga Airport by a Turkish government delegation led by the Minister of National Education, Yusuf Tekin. Nigeria's chargé d'affaires in Turkey, Ambassador Zayed Abdulsalam, alongside other embassy officials, were also present to welcome the president on arrival. At the President's Hotel, senior members of the Nigerian delegation, including the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, Minister of Solid Minerals, Dele Alake, and Minister of Defense, General Christopher Mustafa, formally received him. The visit is expected to deepen cooperation across key strategic sectors. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, and Chevron Nigeria Limited plan to raise oil output at their joint venture to 146,000 barrels per day, targeting higher government revenue and improved supply. The plan follows completion of the Awodi 07 appraisal and exploration well in the shallow offshore western Niger Delta. NNPCL, in a statement by spokesman Andy Ode, congratulated Chevron, the operator of the NNPC Limited CNL joint venture, on the successful delivery of the well. The company said Awodi 07 was drilled to further delineate resources and unlock additional hydrocarbon potential. Officials said drilling commenced in late November 2025 and concluded in mid-December 2025, with operations executed safely and in line with regulatory standards. The partners expect the development to support production growth, strengthen joint venture performance, and contribute to Nigeria's fiscal outlook as new barrels common stream through improved cash flows, exports, and reserves replacement over the medium-term outlook. Minister of Power, Adebayo Adilabu, has called for stronger collaboration between the Energy Commission of Nigeria and the Rural Electrification Agency to enhance local production of electricity components. Adilabu made the call during a meeting with ECN management at his office in Abuja, stressing that domestic manufacturing would reduce dependence on imports and conserve scarce foreign exchange. The minister challenged both agencies to establish a structured partnership focused on research, data gathering, and technical coordination. He said, improved data and joint planning would strengthen policy execution, accelerate rural electrification projects, and support the development of a sustainable local power equipment value chain across the country. Adelabu noted that President Bola Tinubu's vision is to put the power sector firmly on track as a foundation for broader economic growth. He emphasized that reliable electricity remains critical to industrialization, job creation, and national competitiveness, adding that interagency synergy is essential to achieving long-term stability and expansion in Nigeria's power sector. Dangote Petroleum Refinery has increased the gantry price of premium motor spirit, PMS, also known as petrol, from 699 naira per litre to 799 naira per litre. The refinery announced the adjustment in a statement issued on Monday evening, marking a reversal of the temporary price support introduced during the festive period. Following the new pricing, MRS Oil Nigeria PLC filling stations supplied by the Dangote refinery will now sell petrol to motorists at 839 naira per litre. Other downstream marketers supplied by the refinery are also expected to review pump prices upward in line with the revised gantry rate. Industry observers say the increase reflects prevailing market realities, including crude oil pricing, logistics cost, and exchange rate pressures, despite growing domestic refining capacity. The Dangote refinery had earlier offered discounted pricing during the holidays to ease fuel costs for consumers. With the support withdrawn, motorists are bracing for higher transport and energy-related expenses nationwide as petrol prices adjust across retail outlets in the coming days. Financial institutions' total loans to the government rose by 38.06% or 9.43 trillion naira to 34.22 trillion naira in December, from 24.79 trillion naira in October 2025, according to latest money and credit statistics released by the Central Bank of Nigeria. The data shows a sharp acceleration in government borrowing toward the end of the year. New Telegraph's analysis of the CBN figures indicates that net credit to the government climbed steadily in Q4 2025, rising from 24.79 trillion naira in October to 26.35 trillion naira in November, before surging to 34.22 trillion naira in December. This marked a sustained upward trend, contrasting with the more volatile borrowing pattern recorded in earlier quarters. Financial experts warn that the rapid increase in government borrowing raises concerns about fiscal sustainability and crowding out of private sector credit. They argue that heavier reliance on domestic loans could intensify debt services pressures and limit banks' capacity to fund businesses. The Nigeria Customs Service says its revenue collection reached 7.281 trillion naira in 2025, exceeding its approved target of 6.584 trillion naira by 10%. The performance reflects stronger trade monitoring, improved compliance, and tighter enforcement across ports and border commands nationwide. Comptroller General Bashir Adewale Adeni disclosed the figures during the International Customs Day 2026 celebration held in Abuja. He said the service surpassed its target by 697 billion naira, describing the outcome as evidence of operational efficiency, technology-driven reforms, and enhanced collaboration with key stakeholders in the trade ecosystem. Adeni noted that sustained vigilance and institutional commitment remain critical to protecting national economic interests while facilitating legitimate trade. The 2026 International Customs Day was themed Customs Protecting Society through Vigilance and Commitment, highlighting the service's dual mandate of revenue generation and national security. Officials say the focus in 2026 will be on consolidating reforms, deepening automation, and strengthening border surveillance nationwide. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has granted national operational approval to several financial technology companies and microfinance banks, allowing them to operate across all states of the Federation. The approvals cover major digital payment platforms, including OPay and MoneyPoint, alongside other licensed fintech firms and microfinance banks that previously operated under state or regional licenses. The move represents a significant shift in Nigeria's financial services landscape, aligning regulatory approvals with the expanding scale of digital banking operations. By upgrading the licenses, the CBN aims to enhance financial inclusion, improve payment efficiency, and ensure that fast-growing operators are properly supervised at the national level. Analysts say the decision will intensify competition in digital payments and retail banking, while expanding. We'll be right back.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died. Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Fellow Nigerians,
Did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Thank you for staying with us. Tanzania expects to finalize a deal for its long-stalled $42 billion liquefied natural gas LNG project before June, a senior government minister said on Monday. The project is projected to begin production in 8 years, unlocking Africa's significant gas potential. The mega LNG facility is jointly operated by Equinor and Shell, with partners including ExxonMobil, Pavilion Energy, Medco Energy, and Tanzania's national oil company, TPDC. Once operational, the plant will tap into 47.13 trillion cubic feet of natural gas deposits, positioning Tanzania as a key player in the regional energy market. Officials highlighted that signing the deal will accelerate investment and infrastructure development, while strengthening the country's role in global energy supply chains. The project also aims to create jobs, attract foreign investment, and contribute significantly to Tanzania's long-term economic growth. Zimbabwe's annual inflation rate dropped to single digits in January for the first time since 1997, marking a major milestone in the country's long battle with price instability and currency volatility. Data from the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe shows inflation slowed sharply to 4.1% in January, down from 15% in December, representing a 10.9 percentage point decline within 1 month. The reading also reflects a steep fall from 85.7% recorded in April last year, highlighting the scale and speed of recent disinflation. The development moves the Southern African nation, previously among countries with the world's highest inflation rates, back into the group of economies recording single-digit inflation. Authorities say the trend is critical for restoring macroeconomic stability, improving confidence in monetary policy, and supporting investment and growth. Economists note that sustaining the gains will depend on fiscal discipline, currency management, and broader structural reforms to prevent a return of inflationary pressures. Thailand's economy is projected to expand 2.0% in 2026, the Finance Ministry confirmed on Tuesday, maintaining its previous forecast. Officials cited strong support from tourism and domestic demand as key factors, likely to offset a slowdown in export growth, ensuring steady economic momentum throughout the year. Exports, a crucial driver of the Thai economy, are now expected to rise 1.0%, improving from an earlier projection of 1.5% decline. According to Vinit's head of the ministry's Fiscal Policy Office, the adjustment reflects improving global trade conditions and rising demand for Thai products in key markets. Analysts note that while challenges such as global inflation and supply chain disruptions persist, Thailand's balanced growth strategy, leveraging domestic consumption alongside gradual export recovery, positions the economy to maintain stability. Continued investment in tourism infrastructure and domestic industries will be vital for sustaining long-term growth. India and China have simultaneously cut emissions from electricity generation by accelerating clean energy deployment, offsetting rising coal use in the United States and helping limit global growth in climate-warming pollutants, researchers said. The move marks a historic shift, with both countries, the world's largest coal users, reducing power sector carbon dioxide discharges for the first time in 52 years, according to a report by the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air, CREA. The report notes that China and India together accounted for 93% of the increase in global carbon emissions from coal-fired power over the past decade through 2024. By deploying renewable energy, upgrading infrastructure, and retiring inefficient coal plants, both nations contributed to a rare simultaneous decline in emissions, demonstrating the potential of policy-driven clean energy transitions in emerging economies. Experts say this dual reduction is a positive sign for global climate efforts, showing that even high-emitting nations can curb emissions while maintaining economic growth, but sustained action is needed to meet long-term climate targets. China's President Xi Jinping told Finnish Prime Minister Petteri Orpo on Tuesday that Beijing is prepared to work with Helsinki to uphold a United Nations-centered international system and promote a multipolar world grounded in economic globalization, state news agency Xinhua reported. Xi emphasized China's commitment to international cooperation and multilateralism as a cornerstone of global stability. The Chinese president also expressed hope that Finland would play a constructive role in strengthening China-EU relations, supporting healthy and stable diplomatic and economic engagement between Europe and Beijing. He underlined the significance of closer collaboration with Finland in facilitating dialogue and fostering mutual understanding within the broader EU context. Analysts say Xi's comment signals China's interest in deepening ties with smaller European nations to balance its global partnerships while maintaining influence in Europe amid complex geopolitical tensions, highlighting Finland's potential as a bridge in China-EU diplomacy. Japan's Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, said on Monday that the nation's strategic alliance with the United States would falter if Tokyo turned away from a potential conflict in Taiwan. Speaking on a nationally broadcast TV program, Takaichi clarified previous comments that had hinted at a possible military response, stressing that Japan remains committed to its security partnership while avoiding unnecessary escalation. Her remarks comes amid criticism from opposition leaders who accused her of heightening tensions with China through earlier statements. Analysts say Takaichi's clarification aims to reassure both domestic and international audiences that Japan seeks to uphold. Observers note the statement underscores Japan's delicate position in East Asia, balancing deterrence and diplomacy. The government continues to navigate complex security dynamics, maintaining readiness in the face of potential regional conflicts while promoting dialogue with China. Also, Japan is set to unveil a $550 billion investment package with a synthetic diamond plant in the United States as a key project, sources revealed. The initiative aims to expand production of critical minerals essential for semiconductors and high-precision manufacturing, strengthen industrial supply chains, and technological competitiveness. The synthetic diamond facility could be among the first wave of projects, according to Reuters, marking a strategic push by Japan to collaborate closely with the United States on advanced manufacturing. The development reflects Tokyo's broader ambition to secure vital materials and reduce dependency on foreign sources amid growing global competition in technology sectors. Details of the investment package are expected to be formally announced ahead of Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi's planned visit to Washington as early as March. Analysts say the initiative will enhance Japan-US industrial ties, stimulate high-tech manufacturing, and reinforce economic resilience in critical sectors. Still to come in the news, the Prime Ministers of Denmark and Greenland announced on Tuesday plans to visit Berlin and Paris to rally European backing following U.S. President Donald Trump's controversial bid to take over Greenland. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts, never be completed? Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission ICPC with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa CDD.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Welcome back. India and the European Union, EU, have concluded a historic free trade agreement ending nearly 2 decades of negotiations, officials confirmed on Tuesday. The deal aims to strengthen economic ties between the world's 5th and 3rd largest economies, creating a combined market of around 2 billion people. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen described the pact as the mother of all deals, noting it will benefit both sides through reduced tariffs, expanded market access, and enhanced investment opportunities. European Council President Antonio Costa joined her in New Delhi to celebrate the signing, highlighting the strategic importance of the agreement amid global trade tensions. The accord comes as a response to aggressive tariff policies under the Trump administration, signaling a move by India and the European Union to diversify trade partnerships and reduce reliance on U.S. markets. Analysts say the pact is expected to boost exports of Indian electronics, textiles and chemicals, while granting European industries greater access to the Indian market. Poverty in Britain has worsened, with about 6.8 million people now living in very deep poverty, the highest figure in 30 years, a report released on Tuesday reveals. Very deep poverty is defined as households with an after-housing cost income below 40% of the UK median, equating to roughly €16,400. That is $22,447 annually for a couple with 2 young children. The findings indicate that low-income families are struggling amid rising living costs, stagnant wages, and increasing housing expenses. Analysts warn that without targeted social support, the situation could worsen, affecting children's nutrition, education, and long-term economic mobility. Policymakers face mounting pressure to address structural inequalities and strengthen safety nets. Advocates call for reforms to welfare benefits, housing support, and employment policies to prevent more households from sliding into extreme financial hardship, highlighting the urgent need for government intervention to protect vulnerable populations. The Prime Ministers of Denmark and Greenland announced on Tuesday plans to visit Berlin and Paris to rally European backing following US President Donald Trump's controversial bid to take over Greenland, a Danish territory for centuries. The announcement comes after Trump last week withdrew tariff threats and ruled out using force, temporarily easing tensions. Trump's push for control of Greenland has rattled transatlantic relations, prompting European nations to accelerate strategies aimed at reducing dependence on the United States. Analysts say the episode highlights growing concerns over U.S. unpredictability and its impact on long-standing alliances. The visits to Germany and France are expected to emphasize the importance of European unity and diplomatic coordination in Arctic affairs. Officials aim to reassure regional partners that Greenland's sovereignty remains intact, while exploring mechanisms to strengthen collective security and economic cooperation in response to shifting global power dynamics. Sales of fully electric vehicles, EVs, took over petrol car sales in the European Union for the first time in December, according to data released by the European Automobile Manufacturers Association, ACEA, on Tuesday. Battery electric registrations, used as a proxy for sales, also exceeded petrol vehicles in the wider European market, which includes Britain and Norway. The milestone comes even as EU policymakers proposed easing emissions regulations, reflecting a delicate balance between supporting green mobility and addressing industry pressures. Analysts note that growing consumer adoption of EVs, combined with expanded charging infrastructure and incentives, has accelerated the transition from fossil fuel-powered vehicles. Car sales across Europe recorded their 6th consecutive month of year-on-year growth, underscoring the resilience of the automotive sector, despite regulatory shifts and economic uncertainties. Experts say this trend signals a significant shift towards sustainable transport and highlights the increasing competitiveness of electric vehicles in mainstream markets. And now moving on to sports, Super Eagles striker Victor Boniface has signaled progress in his recovery following knee surgery, delighting fans eager for his return. The 25-year-old forward shared an update from Bayer Leverkusen's gym on Monday, posting a simple caption, 12:49 p.m. Leverkusen, alongside a picture of himself in training gear. Boniface's post follows a hint on social media the previous day where he shared a photo on X, formerly Twitter, from the pitch with a message suggesting he was preparing to resume training. The striker's gradual return to fitness is seen as a positive step for both his club and the Nigerian national team, which relies on his pace and goal-scoring ability. Leverkusen supporters and Nigerian football fans have expressed optimism online, noting the forward's dedication and work ethic during recovery. Medical staff at the club are reportedly monitoring his rehabilitation closely to ensure a safe return to full competitive action. Still in sports, head coach of Nigeria's under-20 women's team, the Falconets, Moses Aduku, has expressed satisfaction with the squad's readiness ahead of their third-round FIFA Under-20 Women's World Cup qualifying fixture against Senegal. Aduku, speaking on Tuesday in Abuja, said the week spent in camp had been productive, with all invited players reported on time and fully engaging in training sessions. The coach noted that the technical team concentrated on tactical organization, team cohesion, and match strategies, ensuring that players were prepared both physically and mentally for the high-stakes encounter. He highlighted the squad's commitment, discipline, and intensity throughout preparations, which he described as key factors in boosting confidence ahead of the fixture. Aduku added that the productive camp had helped solidify team dynamics, with players demonstrating focus and adaptability in training drills. The Falconets are now set to travel for the qualifying tie, aiming to secure a place in the next stage of the tournament. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. President Tinubu arrives in Ankara on state visit to strengthen bilateral relations between Nigeria and Turkey. Nigeria Customs collects 7.281 trillion naira in 2025, surpassing 6.584 trillion target through stricter enforcement. Tanzania expects to finalize $42 billion LNG deal before June and begin production within 8 years. The European Union and India finalized historic free trade deal after 2 decades, creating combined market of 2 billion people. In sports, Super Eagles Victor Boniface shows recovery progress after knee surgery, sharing training updates from Bayer Leverkusen. And that's world news on SOUQ News Television. Please do well to follow us on SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Good afternoon.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, the family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in the publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, SOUQ Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. SOUQ Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, SOUQ Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. SOUQ Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobil Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stalin House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum's share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercurial Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Ekpe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Eriko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him, suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju-Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across three Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. still I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area. Recommendation of the report. The committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigeria and the nature of official and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigeria Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, Before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have a technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seen himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they were even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own. I have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level, where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as Joint Tax Board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my turn is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individuals, with the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot, the firing squad, because of the misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain. And then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money. Their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished. You may even lose your life. And then those economies that are relying on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. But could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rates in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, they are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services, no separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you're looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side, and increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services, and when you stop production, you sack your employees. And then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong, and then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that need to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or wherever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
And the deflation has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this, and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this, and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy. And that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences. And they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL Fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED Fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED Fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. and NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about third fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? Transferring everything to NEL fund. NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you is just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee. You are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either take one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NELFO to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third fund, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other day. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third fund,